Okay. Was there anything in this to do exactly? I think the last thing I did was some council meetings or something. Alright, demons have been stealing children in Canabras and possessing their bodies, so they can get close enough to the crusade to deliver a dagger to strike. The officers are asking how they should proceed when encountering the possessed. One second. It's mobile sorted. And mobile phones. There we go. Alright. Save the children. Let's go first. What's this do? Okay. 30 less AC. Increases morale. My morale is pretty good at the moment. Okay. Alright, I like this hunt down the kidnappers. That gives me diplomacy and 60 energy. I also did like this one, but yeah. We'll go with diplomacy. What is this at? Too bad. I should have to build this as well. Let's leave it back. Do both of them properly. Okay, discuss. And give orders to Erebeth. Assign her a command position. Now, how big is this building? Okay. can't even build it. Where do I go? I assumed it was in there. So it won't let me yet. Another decree is being... a logistic one already in place, okay. Which is the logistics one? Is it this? Oh well. I can't really tell. Alright. What else was there? Forget this. Probably not too much of a rush for that yet. Other stuff, so let's leave.
Beautiful.
No, don't talk to any of these people.
Tirabeth says
now?
goodbye with a short
Nah.
bow. Regil's pale. Look who it is. All right. You watch yourself now.
I got stuff to sell as well.
Let's see what we can do.
The bearded quartermaster.
Oh, I've got those things there. Alright. Wow, that's actually pretty good, I think. You know what, maybe I might need to keep all these other shields. What about... yeah. Let me check something. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I need the rest as well. Yeah.
Captain Odin gives you a polite nod. What can I do for you, Commander?
Captain, what is your role in my army?
I'm responsible for drills, organizing exercises, and briefing the officers on the strategies you approve. Furthermore, I have the honor of serving as the chair of your military council.
Remind me about the responsibilities of the military council.
The military council determines the strategy for our troops, enacts army reforms, approves new equipment standards, and makes decisions on all issues regarding military action on the front lines.
You've had encounters with Koremunsu? I don't know. Before, haven't you?
Only in the halls of my mind. Back when I was a young lieutenant dreaming of the title of Crusade Commander, and who among us hasn't dreamed of being in your shoes, Commander, at least for a little while, I knew I would one day meet him on the battlefield. I'm sure there are more powerful demons in the world wound, but in this war, where entire armies fight for victory rather than individual warriors, he is Mendev's greatest enemy.
This guy's definitely ambitious.
I'd studied countless reports on battles against him. Played out countless of his historic battles in my head, trying to spot his mistakes. I did spot a few, or so I hoped, but I never had the chance to put it to the test. I moved up in rank, knowing that the day when we would come face to face was drawing ever closer. The most important day of my life. I could feel that it was very close.
Tell me about your military career.
My family has lived in Mendev for generations, simple but prosperous folk. Even as a child I was interested in the study of warfare, and I always knew I'd end up joining the ranks of professional soldiers. After serving for 3 years as a cadet in the capital, I went to Lastwall, where I graduated from the Crusader War College with honors. Then, I returned to Mendev.
Alright.
For 25 years, I fought many battles as part of various border units. As a result of my service I was distinguished by command with a promotion to the rank of captain, and a subsequent transfer to headquarters. Captain O'Dan falters, and his expression darkens. He remains silent for a while, then shakes his head and continues, "Now that I didn't have to do drills, I had the time to focus on studying tactics and strategy. My fellow officers called my desk the archive because it was always covered with manuscripts and military treatises.
Yeah.
Alas, I never did become a commander, even though it was my childhood dream. But I was able to become a competent enough officer to be serving directly under your authority. I hope you'll find my knowledge useful."
I get the feeling you've had your share of pain on the front lines.
Captain O'Dan presses his lips together. "No more than the soldiers from my squad. My last battle was at Villerith Ford's outpost, north of Kenabras. The demons. They brought flames down upon us. I'd never seen anything like it, walls of fire spewing out fireballs. 300 soldiers, turned into screaming, burning meat. And, believe it or not, in the light of that cursed flame, the battlefield was dark as a cave. The smoke was so thick you couldn't see any further away than your own hand. We held that day, but the price was high. I paid mine as well. It took a miracle for the clerics to pull me out of my melted armor. And it took me 4 years before I could remain calm near fire. Any fire, even candlelight.
Whoa. Hectic.
I thought they'd write me off as psychologically broken. But instead, I was promoted. Apparently, in that inferno, we managed to deflect a terrible blow and protect Kenabras from the attack of a superior force. Apparently we were heroes, as unyielding as rock. I didn't know that at the time. We were just fighting. Burning and fighting.
Alright, off to go.
I'm always at your service, Commander."
Let's rest. Can't do that. I rested for 9 hours, okay. Oh.
"Hail, Commander. Before you, an aged, yet fit and sturdy Garadi stands at attention. His dark skin has an earthy tone to it, and crystals sparkle forth from where his hair and eyebrows should be, clearly identifying him as an Oread. Captain Harmattan, chair of your staff council by order of Her Majesty Queen Galfrey, here to deliver a report." "I'm on this council too." Seela salutes briskly. "We'll be racking our brains on how to improve troop morale. I reckon the key is to back up our words with actions. Lead your soldiers by example, and they'll be eager to follow." Drawing on my experience as a paralictor, my advice is to maintain calculated moderation in every regard, be it in incentive or penalty. And to be decisive. We have no need for doubts or turmoil. I'm doomed to be your advisor, but do you know what that means? that you are doomed to listen to my advice. To start things off, here's an incredibly novel and deep thought for you: loyalty, passion, and morale. All of these can easily be bought with money.
Maybe.
Commander, permission to report. We've encountered a problem. Although we are still getting volunteers, we are now seeing cases of desertion. Many who joined the Drazen campaign believe that their duty has been fulfilled with the victory, and they are not keen on staying in the garrison. Those from Kenabras wish to return home and rebuild their ruined city. Lastly, there are those who are afraid of lingering in a place where demons might show up with a retaliatory expedition at any moment.
True.
My suggestion is to improve living conditions for the privates. Raise their pay, give them extra rations, and reward those who have distinguished themselves on the battlefield with commendations and gifts. Soldiers don't want to leave armies that appreciate them.
So, bribery, basically.
I feel for those folks, but we have to convince them to stay. I think we might get some help from the servants of the gods. They'll tell the soldiers that the danger has not yet passed and inspire them to keep up the fight against evil. As long as the wound is open, the whole world is in danger. We can't just go home and live like we used to, no matter how badly we want that to happen. Most of the Crusaders are volunteers, but they have no right to subvert military discipline. That kind of attitude is tantamount to treason, regardless of who expresses it. We have to identify the instigators, arrest them, and administer harsh punishment to make an example of them.
The bribery and manipulation. Is it?
This problem is quite simply solved with coin, but handing money out to privates is practically throwing it away. We need to pay the officers handsomely, then they'll figure out how to raise their subordinates' morale.
Alright, tell me, Captain, what does the Staff Council do?
In short, we make sure that whenever orders are given, they are executed properly. Our job is to keep the soldiers' morale high, so they always follow their officers' commands without question. As for the officers themselves, we look out for any unseemly or incompetent types who subvert the troops' trust.
Okay. I have questions for the Council.
Understood, Commander. Ask away.
Seela, what do you bring to the Council?
It's pretty self-explanatory. We are not fighting for a sawmill here. This is a crusade against the abyss. When you're up against demons, you bring a paladin. It's a rule that's tried and very much true.
Okay. Regia, what kind of help can I expect from you on this council?
I have extensive experience being in command, and, as a Hellknight, I possess a firmness that some of your other officers may be lacking. The essence of my counsel is not to spoil your troops, but to maintain their discipline strategically. Amidst the chaos of war, a general has to be a beacon of order and purpose for their soldiers. They will be just as grateful to receive rewards or lashes from such a general, and most importantly, they won't even think to disobey their orders.
Alright. Dayren, how about you? What are you doing on the council?
Mostly, I'm just waiting for it to end. But, since I have little choice, I'll give you some advice on how to charm your subordinates, be they people of importance or simple commoners. I'll tell you the biggest secret straight away: free money. Gold has the most miraculous power there is.
Captain Harmanded. Okay, why'd the Queen appoint you to preside over this council?
I'd been in the Osirian infantry for 100 years, fighting for 3 pharaohs. Then, after I joined the Crusaders, I served Her Majesty Galfrey for 2 more decades. I dare to hope that I've gained decent experience over those years.
I don't think there's been any pharaohs in any of in the previous game whatsoever. Or this one. I don't remember. Oh. The statues. Yeah,
We're glad to serve.
Let's discuss our opinions in further detail.
As you command.
Seela, what about you?
The situation is not that dire. Morale is high and we just won a major victory, so some have let down their guards. We have to call for priests and paladins to get it through to the volunteers that it's still early for celebration. If they leave for their homes today, Drazen will fall again tomorrow, and the day after, the demons will show up on their doorstep. Servants of the gods are indeed the masters of sweet-talking others into dying free of charge, all through pretty words. But when the choice comes down to inspired preaching or homemade pies, 9 of every 10 will look for comfort in their home and at their table. Their incentive needs to be more substantial than wasted breath.
Okay. Rachel, what about you?
There is no place in the army for the mindset of playing soldier today, then going home tomorrow. These dangerous ideas must be suppressed with the utmost harshness. We'll identify the most vocal rabble-rousers and exact punishment on them as an example to others. They may be volunteers, but they joined the ranks of the Crusaders. We can't abet in their rejection of their responsibilities or we'll be heading toward complete chaos, and therefore, defeat.
Yeah?
That's a great plan, if you want your soldiers to run back home twice as fast. They came here of their own volition. We must convince them to stay, not terrorize them into fighting.
Okay, Darren, your opinion now.
Our forces are in good spirits, it's just that the euphoria of victory has gone to a few heads. No one can sober them up quicker than the officers, especially those of lower rank. We'll give our dear oafs, all those sergeants and corporals, a bonus on the sly, then promise to sweeten the deal once they've convinced the volunteers to stay. Perhaps they will do so over a beer mug, or maybe with a broken nose. Why bother solving problems yourself when you can push them off on someone you pay? Your bought loyalty will run out even sooner than your gold. Once soldiers turn into profiteers, instead of following orders, they start appraising them. They'll wonder whether or not it's worth their while to obey their general. I hardly need to explain the effect this will have on discipline.
Captain, what do you want to do?
The volunteers believe that we've almost won. Great. Let's not ruin this pretty illusion. Instead, we'll turn it to our advantage. We'll increase rations and pay for the privates, rewarding the most distinguished with commendations and gifts. Who would abandon the victors when they provide you with good food and even better coin? It's naive to expect the troops won't understand that we would just be trying to appease them. An army cannot stand if it's held together by handouts and desperate promises. We shouldn't lie to our soldiers. If we build up flimsy illusions now, the demons will shatter them later. Those fighting alongside us must recognize the seriousness of the situation instead of celebrating victory when the war has just begun.
Alright, thank you everyone.
What are your orders?
I have no idea. Let's find out what these things even are. It costs me finance points. 15 to 20. And what's this one? 5 to 10, with no finance cost. And what's a captain want? Okay, that would cost me material, 300 material. I'm kind of thinking go with Regal's one. It has negative and has positive. But over time it might help. It's like 14 days, that one's 30 days, but... $20 on that one. Check something. Alright. Oh, you have Regal. Hunting down the mutineers unlocks.
Affirmative. I already have my eye on the most spirited ones. I will apprehend them immediately.
Alright.
Thank you, Commander. Should any other difficulties arise that require your attention, I'll deliver a new report promptly.
Alright. There might be new things now. This doesn't raise morale. It raises... What's this going to cost me? Like 150, okay. I think I should be doing that yet. What's this one? That's good. Whatever. Close. Yeah. Use the bed, the chest. Get rid of the stuff.
I can handle it.
And there and then. So. Could have sold it. I had a better one. Oh. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Spearman, nuts. Alright. These. No, then. No. Yeah, these ones come around here. Alright, these marksmen sit here for now. These things come down here. Scouts. What's that go here? Oh. Oops. Where's this gonna go? We gotta take out those things over here. Yeah, 2 days left for that. Hmm. Where's the other side? I don't really know where I want to get first. So they're in southwest. Interesting. North, south, east, west. Is this the ravine? That needs a no. Ah. Okay, we'll go here. What's this?
Can't make the demons wait! Beautiful. Let's see what we can do. Here we go. I can handle it.
Can't hide from me. Uh-huh.
I hope you appreciate this.
Can't make the demons wait!
I am helpful, am I not?
Beautiful.
I found something.
I heed the voice of the spirits. I am helpful, am I not? I hope you appreciate this.
Can't hide from me.
I am helpful, am I not?
Master. The first stage of the testing process was a success. Specimen 367 Finian Dismar turned into a sword on command. The sword possesses sufficient sharpness and the ability to adjust the wielder's strike. It beheaded a crusader with a single blow. A clean cut, the blade is undamaged. Additional notes, the specimen makes unwanted noises resembling weeping. No reaction to threats.
Okay, so it's about Finian. Smoke. Alright. What the hell?
Win this, one way or the other.
Oh, there's that guy.
The young cleric lets out a loud scream and addresses you in a quavering voice. I beg you, don't touch that door.
Okay. I discovered a concealed door in the temple. Where does it lead?
Kyodo's face goes grey, and he falters and stutters over his words. What door? Ah, the door. It leads into the sea cellar. There's nothing interesting behind that door. Sweat breaks out on the cleric's forehead as he looks at you with pleading eyes.
Alright, we'll try this intimidation. I don't know what's good, but okay. Maybe we're not the one. Okay. We're warning the person.
Kyodo looks to be on the verge of tears. It's all Zanidra. She's a witch. She came here one night, threatened to torture me, and demanded that I let her into the sea crypt. She said that her friends would be coming here sometimes. And then she placed a sea curse on me. If I allow anyone other than initiated servants of Baphomet into the crypt without her permission, a brood of rats will appear in my stomach and they will gnaw me from the inside out. But I want to live. I'm no warrior. I'm a humble shepherd. And I never said a word to anyone. They go in there and do things. They whisper. I'm afraid to go in. And you can't go in. There's no one in there now anyway. Zanidra hasn't been here for many days. And, Ira still willing, she won't come again, accursed witch.
Isn't there...
Camellia sighs in exasperation. What do you expect from a peasant? It is in a peasant's nature to obey those who are stronger. I don't know who this Zanidra is, but I'd really like to get my hands on her and have a chat. Or maybe I'd just reach for my weapon right away. It speaks a language all its own. But a quick death is too good for cultist scum like her, after all the fear and torment and pain they put people through. After this furious outburst, Seela calms down again and speaks to Kyodo. Stay strong, kid. You're not alone, you have allies. And your faith.
Remind me who you are. Who are you?
They call me Kyodo the Shepherd Boy. Well, that's what they used to call me, but it's not very fitting for a priest, is it? The cleric lapses into confused silence for a few moments. I come from a village near Last Wall. I've always been drawn to Iristil, even as a child. A cleric by the name of Jode once passed through our village, a kind old man. He looked me in the eye, a silly little kid, and he said, "I see you're going to serve Eristil, just like myself." And so I did. When I heard about your crusade, I set out to join it, just like my heart was telling me to do.
Okay, you're the scroll guy's apprentice, the scroll guy that died.
At first I served as a novice under the venerable Rathimus. But now he's gone and I've been left on my own. Rathimus and I marched on Drazan with your forces, we fought in your host. And then when the demons were driven out, I came here. This temple is centuries old. Eristil's worshippers would have come here in their hundreds in the past. But even now, we get the odd pilgrim wandering in. That's why I wanted to take over this temple. Someone ought to take care of this sacred place.
Alright. I want to know more about this temple and everything connected to it.
Where to begin? This temple is dedicated to Delamere. Oh, I mean, of course it is a temple of Eristil. But Delamere was the prior of this temple. I mean, no, I am the prior of this temple and she is like its blessed mother superior, its patroness. The young man falls into a confused silence and looks pleadingly at you.
What is it like to be a prior?
Oh, it's terrifying. I live here alone, you see. People travel a great distance to come here. But I have been given an important task. Here in the world wound, these temples are needed more than ever so that people don't lose their faith. But that doesn't stop my legs shaking in terror. When I think of my teacher Rathimus, rest his soul, I just feel like running away. I swear, I would have run long ago. But one thing keeps me here, Eristil would not have granted me these spells for no reason. I cannot let him down. Or the people, I can't let them down either. You say you're a coward, but you're in no hurry to leave this place, even though nobody's keeping you here. I know from experience how scary it is to be alone surrounded by strangers. You're not as weak as you think you are. You're stronger than most.
Alright, you're the good choice. This place is frightening to you, but you're still here. You should be proud of that.
Kiado smiles bashfully. Eristil is with me. If my faith is strong, his antlers will protect me from evil demons. He won't let them devour me.
Tell me about Tamiri. Delamere.
She lived in these parts back when Sarkaris was still standing. She was a priestess of Eristil and the Kelids deeply respected her for her hard nature and her unshakable faith. Eristil blessed her with various wonders, and the common folk knew that she would stand up for them. Delamere did not like city life. She said cities encouraged vile deeds and corruption of the soul. She said that people ought to live in small clans, where everyone knows everyone, where everyone is kin, and where every person has a duty to the rest. You can't hide your sins in a village. In a village everyone knows what kind of person you are. She had a revelation, and she would travel around the villages and see how many people lived there. If any settlement had more than 53 souls, she drove out all the rest and told them to settle elsewhere. Because otherwise the villages would have grown and turned into little towns. Her methods were harsh, of course, but people still listened to her, because Eristil himself was on her side. She had an edge to her. She single-handedly chased off whole bands of marauders that harassed villagers. And after she died, this temple was built in her honor, in the place where Eristil gifted her with his relics. They say it was here that a white stag emerged from the forest and spoke to her in a human voice, telling her that she should hunt it, because it was the will of her lord. Delamere tracked that stag for 3 days and 3 nights through the forests, and when she ran it to ground, she made its antlers into a bow and its hide into armor. and that bow never misses, and Era still himself blessed that armor so that it repels the strikes of enemies.
1 second. She told them she didn't want them into cities where they would have been able to defend themselves. So she kept basically being the one in charge, I guess, or the one that protects everyone. Just so that they, within a smaller community where they knew one another better. Did she really drive people out of their villages? That's ridiculous. I do not share her views, but I respect her faith. We'll go with third. I do not share her views, but I respect her faith.
Even I think that she was a hard woman. Can it truly be wrong for more than 53 people to live in one place? And if there are 54, does the moral decay and treachery begin immediately? Kyado catches himself and turns red. But that is my foolishness and ignorance talking. The wisdom of Era still was revealed to Delamere. So she must have understood the unique mysteries underpinning the world.
I want to know more about Israel's teachings.
Era still is an old god, back from the times when there were no such things as towns. Simple he is, and good, and he wants people to be the same. He wants them to live in small settlements where everyone knows each other. He wants them to value the simple joys of life and not vacuous pondering. He wants people to earn their bread honestly, through hunting, crafts, farming, and fishing. He especially prizes hunting, of course, when it is for sustenance, rather than sport. He is both stag and hunter, he favors both guises. Era still does not like finery and he demands no special ceremonies. He used to simply appear before hunters and rangers and offer his wisdom. But when he is angered, he is terrifying. If someone harms the country folk, takes pleasure in hurting animals, or spoils the crops, that person may well take an arrow from Era still. And his bow knows no mercy, it is the father of all bows, for it was Era still who taught people how to shoot.
Everything is clear.
It was my pleasure to be of service, Commander.
Have you heard about my new powers?
Kyado stares fearfully back at you. Yes, I've heard. It's a dark deed, disturbing the dead. Nothing good can come of it. If anybody else had started openly using death magic, I would have immediately accused them of treachery. But it's you, Commander. The young man gives you a trusting smile. I guess dark times truly are upon us, if the best of the Crusaders has had to resort to the most heinous of weapons. But the demons must be defeated somehow. There's one thing I can't understand. People say that Iomade gave you this gift. But that simply cannot be. She is a goddess, yes, but she has her taboos. Iomade would never bestow such powers on her priests. Does that mean that some other god has interceded for you and given you this power? I wonder who it could be.
I don't know, clerics can raise the dead. I need the services of a cleric.
I will be glad to help, Commander. I have kept all of Rathimus's scrolls and I've even managed to learn a few of his tricks. I study languages so that I can read foreign scrolls. Rathimus used to call me a polyglotton. I never met a foreign language I didn't want to sink my teeth into. The young man seems to preen slightly.
Okay. Alright, I'm not gonna buy anything.
Let's see what we can do.
I'm not gonna get down there yet, but we'll open it.
I am helpful. Am I not?
The young cleric of Era still greets you with, "May Era still bless your crusade, Commander."
What happens if I do something?
Here we go.
Attempting to... The cleric's resistance is hanging by a thread. His lips are trembling and his voice drops to a whisper. "I have the key, but what right do you have to?" Giardo guiltily hangs his head like a criminal caught in the act. With a trembling hand, he gives you the key. The final words sound unexpectedly clear and crisp. Don't go in there."
I have the key anyway, so...
I can handle it.
Oh.
I'll cut you wide open!
my body to science.
How many potions do we have? Any? I'm out.
Missed me already.
Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos.
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
Magritium Turinos.
Can't make the demons wait.
No loot anywhere?
Beautiful.
No. These are all. A relic. Right here that time. Yeah. Um,
The light! Take you!
This is not my time yet.
You should have listened to reason.
I've survived worse. This was unexpected.
This pain is excruciating.
I'm getting damaged by it. It's like AoE perhaps. Yeah.
Unexpected me at once.
So this is how it feels.
Mysteries can wait till tomorrow.
Rules are made to be broken.
Isn't it strange that we who move in the upper echelons of society have been obliged to mix with such diverse rabble?
Just look upon it as a trip to a menagerie, my kind lady. I personally plan to regale my acquaintances with tales of this folly for years to come.
Okay. Mm.
Let's see what we can do.
You are surrounded by a lonely, empty landscape. In front of you, a solitary figure stares into a fire. The flames illuminate his ghostly form, but his features are concealed beneath a mask. You hear the muffled wail of the wind in the distance, like a child crying for its mother.
Why does a ghost have a campfire?
Well, would you look at that? An adventurer has arrived. The figure's face is hidden behind the mask, but he sounds friendly, although you detect a note of sadness in his voice. When he speaks again, however, his tone is cold and emotionless, as if reciting a text he memorized long ago. You are searching for ancient knowledge, but the path to the heart of mystery can only be revealed to the one most worthy. However, all it takes are a few small steps to set you on this path of discovery. So put yourself to the test. Answer my questions with the knowledge you possess, and prove that you are worthy of possessing far greater knowledge.
Ask me a question, I will answer.
The first question is not intended to be difficult. The ghostly figure gestures with his hand, and a leaf appears. He holds it out to you, and you notice that it is almost as big as the palm of his hand. The leaf appears fresh and vibrant. Tell me, to which tree does this leaf belong?
Really?
This strange and unusual leaf is unlike anything you have ever seen before.
I don't know.
Knowledge is the reward you seek, but ignorance is a reason to seek the reward. You were unable to answer my question, but I will show you how to reach the core of the riddle. Solve its puzzle, and it will take you one step closer to the knowledge you desire. A strange, melodious sound fills the air. The ghost stands up hastily. I've been released. The demonic spell is gone. The ghost's voice has changed. His tone is no longer cold and emotionless. Listen to me, adventurer. I am a dead man forced to keep an eternal watch. I am a spirit, bound by a spell. Magic forces me to say all this nonsense about knowledge and rewards, and it also prevents me from telling you who condemned me to this fate, or what happens within the heart of mystery. However, there are other things that I can tell you. You'll have to hurry though. I only have time to answer a single question before the spell sends me back to the oblivion.
Is there anything I can do to help you?
I will remain bound to the heart of mystery until someone solves its secret. When that happens, I will be given my freedom, and then I can rest in peace. But so far, no one has been able to accomplish such a feat. And there are many who have tried. So many. The ghost barely manages to finish his sentence. A sudden burst of magical energy surges through his body, and he disappears with a scream.
Alright. How hard was this check that I failed? Not bad. You're all a 16 for it though. At least.
Beautiful.
You are surrounded. Well, would you look at that? An adventurer has arrived. This strange and unusual leaf is unlike anything you have ever seen before. You are surrounded. Well, would you look at that? The first, you recognize this leaf immediately. It comes from the Liponea tree. There is no mistaking its distinctive shape and color. The Liponea tree is native to Soverian, the magical and mysterious home world of the elves.
This leaf is from the Liperian tree. The tree is not native to Valorian.
All it takes is a little knowledge to begin your journey. By answering this question correctly, you have taken the next step toward acquiring great knowledge. The heart of mystery is now open to you. Solve its riddle, and you can continue forward. The secrets of creation will be revealed to the one most worthy. Do not give up your search. A strange, melodious sound fills the air. The ghost stands up hastily. I've been released. The demonic spell is gone. The ghost's voice has changed. His tone is no longer cold and emotionless. Listen to me, adventurer. I am a dead man forced to keep an eternal watch. I am a spirit, bound by a spell. Magic forces me to say all this nonsense about knowledge and rewards, and it also prevents me from telling you. I will remain bound. The ghost barely manages to finish his sentence. A sudden burst of magical energy surges through his body, and he disappears with a scream.
Alright, there's no around there.
Beautiful.
A bright future awaits us.
Let's see what we can do. Here we go.
Yeah, can't go that way. That's logistics. Might as well teleport back. I haven't even built the teleport yet.
Why, it's you again. Good to see you. The skeleton joyfully rattles the coins in his skull. Here, take a good look. Pick anything you like. Buy all of it.
Anything going on? $30 days, okay.
The light, take you!
wide open!
Let's save some adventures for later.
Oh, finally. We have potions again. So,
Mind over muscle.
Getting my ass kicked. I can handle it. Can't make the demons wait.
Alright, save first. go. I'm gonna sort of that onto you monster's base. Now get the second one over here. Alright. Well, I haven't actually buffed or anything.
I will help where I can.
What do I have in buffs?
I'm here all week.
Put that on.
What's going on here?
Hmm? Oh, yes, what?
Oh, skip the pleasantries.
Doubt is the heart's
I
greatest
hear the
challenge.
voice of the spirits.
No fun.
Anything new? You are my favorite aide.
Smile. The world's not ending just yet.
Always be ready for the worst.
I'll watch your back.
Okay. Not sure if there's any elemental damage yet.
I'm all ears.
Possibly fire in this area though. Let's see.
We'll win this, one way or the other.
We will win this war.
You require my unbiased opinion?
Missed me already?
We are making a mystery of ourselves.
Amoran Zentes. Amoran Zentes. Stagioni Stavitur. Stagioni Stavitur.
Here comes trouble.
Into the fray!
The spirits
I
demand
got
your
this.
blood.
Beautiful.
A large Vrock looks at you, craning her disgusting bald neck. Her piercing screech sounds menacing. Why are you here? Do you want to become demons too? Vrocks will transform you right away.
Who are you?
The Vrock sticks her chest out and spreads her massive black wings. Vorimerake. Wise Vrock. Magical Vrock. Snatcher of pathetic humans. Maker of demons. Other Vrocks said Vorimerake was dumb. Leave, chicken head, they said. And Vorimerake became the favorite student of Wise Xanther the Plagued One. And is now making demons out of humans. Who is dumb now?
Okay.
Drops of saliva fly out of the animal's beak, carrying the stench of death. Long have philosophers wrestled with the question of what makes us superior to demons. We too are susceptible to evil. We are smaller. We are weaker, and so on and so forth. Yet when I look upon this creature, I can categorically declare that we mortals are superior to demons because we do not look like tattered scarecrows. Forgive me, Lan. That wasn't aimed at you.
I don't know, Darren looks like a bit of a scarecrow himself.
Don't worry about it. I'll say the same to you when I tip a bucket of slops over your head.
What are you doing here?
Unblinking bird eyes stare at you. Vorimerake is making an army. She sends her flock to get humans, silly crusaders, at night. The ones she steals, she transforms. Makes good demons. With sharp teeth. Who will kill you? Ah ha ha ha. The Vrock bursts into shameless, screeching laughter as she looks at her deformed prisoners. Wise Xanther the Plagued One told her to fly here and gather an army. Harm humans. He doesn't have time to do it himself, he is busy reading and thinking. He said he would give the Vrock horrific power, like the strongest demons have. Wise Xanther the Plagued One knows the secret, how to pour more power into demons. When he rewards the Vrock, she will tear off the heads of everyone who banished Vorimerake. And with the others she will hunt you from the skies, pathetic humans. Let me get this straight, you served a wise mage, but he sent you somewhere far away. Here, with a very important task. I can't imagine what possessed him to do that. Who could refuse such a passionate and quick-witted helper? I'm sure he's lost without you. The Vrock laughs triumphantly. Stupid mortal. Wise Xanther the Plagued One would never get lost. He is too clever.
Where did you learn how to turn humans into demons?
The Vrock shows you her wrinkled red fist. A piece of paper is clenched within it, smeared with soot and blood. Old knowledge. The wise Vrock read it and did it. Making demons out of humans. Oh, how fascinating. I've never heard of such a transmutation before. A sheet of paper and a pencil appear in Ninio's hands. My dear colleague, please share your valuable experience with me. How do you do it? Even a broad outline would be most welcome. The Vrock. The Vrock walks around, flapping her wings, snapping her beak, chitter-chattering the strange words. And all the whiles the little humans' bones wriggle out of their skins, their eyes pop out of their sockets, their tongues flop out of their mouths, all blue. Just as it's written, that's what happens. Ninio frowns, looking unconvinced. Allow me to challenge your account, Madame Vrock, and engage in a scholarly debate with you. It is extremely unlikely that in any reputable scientific work you would find the words chitter-chatter. An indignant screech bursts from the demon. The Vrock is wise. The Vrock could not read the scratches, but Xanthur the Plagued One ordered the Vrock to get the silver-tongued elf who knows ancient words, and he translated everything. He was screaming in pain while Xanthur was eating him.
I can do both of these.
The Vrock clucks happily and starts bragging, shedding her caution. Vorimerake is the wisest of Vrocks. Vorimerake is Ravak. It means very smart. Have you seen the wide gate of the worlds she opened? This is to have more power flow here, to make bigger demons out of stupid humans.
Okay, so
with bigger teeth.
This is what's the plate woman. It's exactly the same. Go intimidate, I guess. No, go bluff.
The Vrock clucks happily, but then looks at you with suspicion and anger. You are lying. You. The Vrock recoils warily and lets out an angry screech. What? Have you come to get the paper? Take your stupid paper. The Vrock will find a new one, even better. And Vrocks will kill you. Kill you. Crumpling the paper, the Vrock throws it at your feet to distract you. The paper is old and is stained black with blood in places. Someone has written over the ancient elven runes in blood. Just one fragment in the corner is readable. Not a portal but a soft spot in the space of the world. Many gods and demons have the power to open such a rift. But doing this will not be to their liking, so they will leave the request unanswered. Therefore, one should pronounce the word Ravak when creating such a rift. It is an ancient and mighty word of power that belongs to a language now forgotten. This word means no name. Mags of the past often wove it into the texts of their incantations to shelter themselves from the anger of those forces disturbed by rites against nature.
Is that a trap?
Ooh. Oh. Maybe put this one actually, and then
The girl raises her eyes to you. She is deathly pale, either from exhaustion or terror, you don't know. Knight Commander, it's you. Janna, by the gods. Come on, look alive. We're going to get you out.
How did you wind up here?
I got lost. I lost my way when I ran. I walked and walked with no food, and then the Vrox came and... She shudders and peers around with haunted eyes.
Did they perform the ritual on you, the one they did to the two captured crusaders?
Not before you got here. But they said I'd be next. And I couldn't do anything, I just had to watch and wait.
So, what am I supposed to do with you now?
She gathers her remaining scraps of strength and takes a deep breath. I know you're angry with me because I ran. I left you in the middle of a fight against the demons. I deserted my duty. But it was my first real battle against actual demons. She's so scared she can barely think straight. We need to get her out of here. I wonder what Sailor will do with this.
check this. Oops. I made it put that. What to do with the... I kind of need the lawful side, so I'll put her in jail. Into a cell. She's a deserter of the Eagle Watch. We can rescue her, but afterwards she's going straight into a cell.
But Commander... Jana starts to speak in a rush of words. It seems she's reached the limit of her fear. Back home in Myvan, everyone always praised me for my fencing skills. I mainly fenced in tournaments and duels. A couple of times I came up against actual marauders. I won every encounter, I always won, and I thought I'd come to Mendev, join the Crusaders, and cover myself in real glory. The truth is, I soon realized that I'd been a foolish, silly girl. I realized it before the attack on Kenabras. But then I met you, Seela, and that changed everything. Everything came so easily to you. You could fall into the caves below Kenabras, survive terrible dangers, and then turn around and order a tankard of ale in the tavern like it was nothing. You went on the attack on the Grey Garrison and came back stronger than ever, now a companion of Iomede's Chosen One. And then there's your motto, no glory without risk. You were the heroine I had always imagined myself to be. And that's why I insisted on going with you after those demons. I wanted to keep up with you, to prove I was as good as you. And look where it's led me. Jana breaks into racking sobs. Seela looks shaken and distraught. Gritting her teeth, she turns away. You heard what the commander said, Jana. Wait here, and soldiers from Drazan will come for you and take you to prison. And, if it counts for anything, I'm sorry.
Well, we opened a jail cell anyway. Yeah.
The girl raises her eyes to you. She is deathly pale, either from exhaustion or terror, you don't know. Knight Commander, it's you. Jana, by the gods. Come on, look alive. We're going to get you out. She gathers her remaining scraps of strength and takes a deep breath. She's so scared she can barely think straight. We need to get her out of here. But Commander...
What?
The Sealer looks shaken and distraught. Gritting her teeth, she turns away. You heard what the Commander said, Janat. Wait here, and soldiers from Drazen will come for you and take you to prison. And, if it counts for anything, I'm sorry.
Whatever. What about these guys?
The Crusader in front of you looks terrible. His skin is charred and cracked, oozing blood. Horrible claws are growing from under his nails, tearing them from the fingers, and barely controlled madness is flickering in his eyes. The wheezing coming from the knight's blooded throat is like the growl of an animal. Help! In the name of all the gods. Sealer, who has been watching the knight with an expression of sympathy, suddenly jerks away and points to the farthest cage. Another figure is hunkered down inside it, one that seems suspiciously familiar. It looks like Janat, the new recruit of the Eagle Watch who deserted after the demon attack on the Hound Heart's camp.
Who are you?
Gathering all his strength, the knight gives a short, clipped reply, reporting as he's been trained to do. Crusaders. Abducted during an exploratory mission. I am Wolard, and this is Thomas. The knight nods at his friend. The latter cannot speak, his pointed teeth are growing without stopping, and they have pierced through his lower jaw, sealing his mouth shut. He is moaning something furiously, his bloodshot eyes rolling wildly.
Do you know anything about the girl in the other cage?
No. They brought her in after. She could barely stand, she was weak from exhaustion. Looked like she hadn't eaten in days. The Vrox tossed her in that cell and haven't touched her since. She hasn't talked to us either.
How did you get here?
The flame of fury is raging in the Crusaders' eyes. We were exploring the gorge on Anevia's orders and we ran into them. Vrox attacked us, beat us up, and dragged here. We thought they wanted to eat us. Oh, gods, it would be better if they had.
What they did to you is horrible.
The knight stops, a soft unpleasant sound is heard amidst the silence, the grinding of the Crusaders' horrific teeth. Finally the knight chokes out a response, we have families, Commander. Save us.
What did they do to you?
We were put through some horrifying ritual. Maybe that's how Aurelio tormented her test subjects. The pain is unbearable, Commander. Like being dipped in boiling water and then dragged over a grater. I saw the abyss. It lunged at me like a wild beast, pouring its vile poison into me. It entered my bones, turning them into molten metal. The Vrox said that I would be their soldier. Thomas and I are far from the first ones they've done this to. I think they make a kind of tunnel through to their cruel world, and the filth gushes in from there. They pump it into us and make us fight for their side. It pains me to think about it, but a few times I thought that the demons I killed looked like some of my friends, people I thought had died. Now I know what happened to them. To have first-hand knowledge of the subtle influence of the abyss's emanations, to have endured such a fundamental transmutation and retained your sanity, I am truly delighted for you. I even envy you a little. If only I could have the chance to participate in such a groundbreaking experiment.
What should we do with you now?
Help us. Or kill us. But don't abandon us like this. This pain is unbearable, it's taking over my mind. I'm afraid I will kill someone. Maybe the clerics can cure us. Lan stares into Wolard's eyes and then sighs solemnly. They've got the crimson rage. A demonic pestilence that clouds the mind with unbridled fury. Mongrel infants are sometimes born with this affliction. There's no cure for it. But we do know ways to fight this scourge, to control it. Maybe my kinfolk could help you. Our troubles have a common source.
Yeah.
What is there to discuss? They have been mutilated, they are in pain. Killing them would be a mercy. If you're not willing to do it, I'll do it myself. You're taking after your old dad. If a person was born below you, their life isn't worth a thing. You sentence these commoners to death like you're discussing putting down traps for mice. I bet that if it was your blue blood friends in their place, you'd be saying their noble blood was too precious to spill for no good reason. Are you speaking to me? Firstly, our manor has never had a mouse infestation, and secondly, I don't have any so-called blue blood friends. I think you're simply projecting your own anxieties onto me. You are agonizingly aware of the social gulf between us, which you know you'll never be able to overcome. Why not try to dwell on it a little less, and concentrate on the qualities that you do possess?
God, jeez. Yeah. Lena's right. Go to the mongrels. They will take care of you.
The knight looks desperate, but he finds it within himself to give a stalwart nod. All right. We'll go to the mongrels and not inflict ourselves on good, ordinary folk. There is no need to sow strife in their hearts. But we are still crusaders. If an hour of need should come, you can count on us, Commander. With your permission, Thomas and I will search the vicinity. Now that the Vroks have been ousted, we need to gather their poor victims. We will make sure they make it to the mongrels.
Alright.
Let's see what we can do.
Enough items around here. This one. Alright, that's sort of finding out what was going on with people getting kidnapped or something, or going missing. I need the teleportation circle. So how much is it? I need 180. Five days, so. Should have built it sooner. go.
Defeating the horde of flying monsters swooping from the sky, many crusaders got thinking that the battle tactics they know are not always suited to demon confrontation. With every new battle, the army gains invaluable experience and soldiers are eager to learn, for their lives depend on it.
I don't know how to heal them. Oh well.
The army of Baphomet's cultists that gained a foothold in Green Gates has been defeated. Ahead of the army, scouts rush to the half-destroyed fort, looking vigilantly for ambushes and traps. What first appeared to be a stone enclosure used for demonic sacrifices actually turned out to be a desecrated ancient shrine where Sorcerer druids once offered their prayers many ages past. Soon, it will once again become a bastion of peace and spiritual fortitude. The forces of the Templars of the Ivory Labyrinth have been destroyed, and now there is no obstacle to sending scouts within the enemy territory. Their reports will make the supply line safe from the sudden attacks. Evidently, demons had taken a liking to the place and had been using it as a sacrificial site for quite a long time. A dagger, presumably used for killing innocents, was found plunged into the center of the ritual symbol.
That'll take me sprints. dragon again.
I found
Okay.
something.
What's this?
What's that there?
I hope you appreciate this. They will not expect my strike.
Who's on to perception?
A bright future awaits us. I was never good at stealth, but I'll try.
I welcome your
I am
company.
here all week. Beautiful.
Now, what is that?
Oh, back to right.
I am helpful. Am I not? I am helpful. Am I not?
Let's see what we can do.
I found something.
I hope you appreciate this.
Lead on.
Oh, it's Wooljiff.
Woljif rises from the stone throne and halts the sacrifice with a raised hand. The cultist holding the knife over the victim on the altar stops. Woljif is wreathed in blue flame and the demonic shadow rises up behind him. Easy now. We're all friends here. This was just a little misunderstanding. You thought you'd come across Crusaders, but they're big fans of our Lord Baphomet too. Woljif half turns to you, his right eye twitching, which you interpret as an attempt to wink discreetly. Ain't that right?
Oh yeah, I'm misunderstanding. How Baphomet?
Woljif's face lights up. Right, exactly. Pilgrims of the World Wound, meet the finest member of our big family. Hey there, Chief, long time no see. Why don't we hold off on the sacrifice for now? We need to drink to this happy meeting, am I right? Yeah, let's do that. Tie that one on the altar up again, we'll get round to slaughtering it later. The cultists exchange looks and whispers. The chief cultist lowers his knife. If the Crescent of the Abyss says so, then welcome. Make yourselves at home in the temporary camp of the Pilgrims of the World Wound. But why did you attack our brothers?
Well, Wooljiff, why did we attack our brothers?
Because, the chief sometimes has these fits of insanity and battle rage. It is a blessing from Lord Baphomet. The chief goes crazy. He goes crazy and gets twice as strong as normal. But if the blessing kicks in at the wrong moment, well, that's just bad luck for you. I've had to get away from the crazed chief a few times, so I know what I'm talking about. The cultist casts a wary glance at your weapon but passes no remarks. It is good that the Crescent of the Abyss, our beacon in the darkness and our oracle, has resolved this misunderstanding. Relax, friends, and after, if you wish, you may join our pilgrimage.
Talk to them, I guess. Anything up this way?
Here we go.
Oh, I'm saying anything.
Quiet steps. Weapons ready.
Yeah, before I talk to any of us, to see what there is around here.
I can handle it.
Loot absolutely everything.
Can't make the demons wait.
The man you saw on the altar is now tied up on the ground, his head hanging down. He is young, but his brown hair is prematurely peppered with grey. His expensive but practical clothes are stained and worn. The man's pale cheeks have developed a scraggly beard over his time in captivity. The prisoner looks up at the sound of your footsteps. His eyes reveal nothing but weariness. You're not one of them. Only idiots who are desperate to believe everything they hear would fall for Woljif's lie.
Who are you?
Devil Gwenvia. The man's voice sounds hollow and detached. Nobleman. Crusader. Livestock waiting to be slaughtered.
Wow. How did you end up here?
The Crusader's eyes stare into the distance. Solely through my own foolishness. Because of my inability to fight like a man. I thought the crusade would be the best way to make my mark on history. I dreamt of the glory, of the respect that would be otherwise denied me as the third son of a noble family. When an officer laughed at my skills and called me an ignorant interloper. How right he was. Fate has a twisted sense of humor. My more experienced comrades died in this cursed place, one after another, but I survived. There were only 5 of us left in the end. Our hubris was gone, we were jumping at every shadow. And we still weren't cautious enough. I was the only one who survived after we were attacked in the night. I should have realized what was happening when the lookout went missing.
Did Woljif order you to be sacrificed?
The prisoner looks at you in surprise. Woljif. Oh no. In my better days, I wouldn't have let a 2Fling like him set foot in my house. I wouldn't have guessed at the wonders of generosity he was capable of. But fate has led us here, and I am glad to have him as a companion. I despised him at first, but then I realized he was just as much a prisoner here as myself. In turn, he seemed to develop sympathy for me, at least he always tried to stave off my death. And he entertained me with his tall tales at night. I even grew accustomed to his ghastly street parlance. I should be grateful to Woljif, but... The prisoner shuts his eyes. I'm tired. Death has drawn close so many times and then retreated again, that now I would welcome it. Even death would be better than the waiting.
I want to free you.
The prisoner inclines his head courteously. Thank you, but that is impossible while the pilgrims of the world wound are here. They will not just stand by while I escape.
I won't disturb you further.
The prisoner lowers his head again. Thank you. If you happen to meet my parents or members of the Gwenvia family, tell them that I died in the wound, praising Io Mayday. Woljif is waiting for you next to the altar, wearily wiping the sweat from his brow. Phew. I thought I was done for, could feel it in my tail that they were gonna kill me. If you ain't a sight for sore eyes, Chief. When I heard that the gargoyles hadn't got you, and that you were running the show up at Drazen now, I can't tell you how happy that made me. But that night it all happened, I tell ya, I was so scared I couldn't see straight. I wandered around, wondering if my chief and the rest of the gang were lying in an open field with their eyes pecked out. Woljif sighs. Even my conscience prickled a little, thinking about how I ran. But when you look at it from my side, what else was I supposed to do? The actual paladins were getting cut down left, right, and center. And then these pilgrims of the world wound tell me that Drazen's been reclaimed, that there's a new commander called Lunikal. Well, I said to myself, there can't be two Demonslaying dynamos with that name, it must be you. So I cut my way through the circles around Drazen, and I waited for you to come out. At one point I got so desperate I almost went right up to the city walls, but I thought better of it. Although, an arrow in the skull would be a sight better than running in fear of Voetiel. Woljif sucks in a breath and keeps talking in a rush, like he's afraid you'll turn around and walk out. Do you know Voetiel? I don't either, but I remember the name, because of what Brother Melrown yelled in the basement that time, I'm going to tell Hepzimra and Voetiel, or something like that. Anyway, my shadow told me that Voetiel is that demon, and I should be scared of him, because he's after the moon of the abyss. But, the shadow's a whole other story. But if you wanna know why I haven't just come to Drazen, I need your help. It's a matter of life and death, Chief.
Slow down, you're not making sense. What's going on here?
Woljif lets out a breath. Okay. I'll shut up. I mean, I won't shut up, but ask me what you want to know and I'll tell you.
What was that?
That was my cunning plan, Chief. Woljif's tail is whipping back and forth so fast it's a blur.
Why are you pretending to be a cultist?
Woljif raises his hands defensively. Easy there, Chief. I'm no cultist and I didn't just ask you to play along for the fun of it, I had a reason, I swear. And it's not because I've seen what you're like in a fight and I know I've no chance against you.
Why did you run the night we fought the gargoyles?
Run. Me. I fought him, I did, you should have seen me. I got one right on the nose, sent it arse over tea-kettle, and it flew off. I've gotten into scrapes a fair few times before, been caught by surprise in the dead of night more times than I can count. So that's why I leapt up quick as anything, grabbed my knives, and, well, of course I made a run for it. What else was I gonna do? I'm just a thief, a city boy, I don't go toe-to-toe with demons. Sure, I said I'd help you and all, but that was before. I didn't sign up for nighttime gargoyle attacks. What kind of idiot attacks in the middle of the night? I thought war would keep more civilized hours, to be honest. Wrong again. So apologies, Chief. But I always end up on the winning side, it's just my nature. You and your lot, in the camp that night, did not have the look of victory about you. And it's not like I'd have been much help, if a gargoyle snatched me in its claws. Of course I decided to run. And run I did.
What's your relationship with the Baphomet cultists?
Woljif looks pensive. It's complicated. It's a story of unrequited love, really. They love me, and all I think about is how to get away from them and save my own skin.
How did you end up here with cultists?
Same way I end up anywhere. I was walking and walking, and then here I was. Oh, I should mention at this point. My shadow, you know it, well, it started talking. At first I was so scared, I thought there was someone growling behind me, but then I listened closely and it was my shadow. It only got out a few words, but I heard the name Voetiel, and I learned that he's a demon, and that he wants my moon of the abyss for some reason. And then I learned which direction he was looking for me in. When I heard that, I turned around and went the other way. I'm not an idiot. Those pilgrims of the world wound clubbed me round the head, and I woke up, and they were already dragging me to the altar. I said to them, brothers, don't drag me to the altar. I have a proposition for you, one you won't want to miss. But they paid no attention and kept dragging me. In the end, I had to show them my party piece. They saw my shadow and dropped to their knees, just like that. I fed them a line about how I can speak directly to Baphomet through it, and they lapped it right up. That's why I'm still alive.
You said some shadow's been talking to you, is that right?
Not just any shadow. My shadow. My special shadow. After I spent a while running around the world wound, scared out of my wits, it suddenly crept out and whispered in this distant-sounding voice, Voetiel. North. Fear Voetiel. And the name was familiar, because that's what Brother Melround yelled out, and I put two and two together. This Voetiel was in the north and I needed to make sure he didn't find me. Bit by bit, I got the shadow to tell me that Voetiel was a demon and that he was looking for the moon of the abyss. Who knows why? By the way, I have a couple thoughts of my own about the moon. I'll tell you about them once we're out of this mess.
Remind me why I shouldn't just kill this cultist here and now.
Because. Woljif looks around and lowers his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. They will still be useful to us, if you decide to help me. And thanks for not trying to kill them as soon as you got here. By the way, their leader is a nervous sort. He would have definitely stabbed the lad on the altar if you'd caused a fuss. They think if they perform all these sacrifices, Baphomet's going to appear and hand out powerful spells like candy.
What do you want from me?
In a nutshell, Chief, I've got a bit of a situation here. One wrong move and I'm a goner. The demon Voetiel is in the vicinity somewhere, a good man has suffered, the cultists are animals. I just want to get out of this and make Voetiel back off, but without you I've no chance. Help me, I won't forget it as long as I live.
Who is Voetiel?
All I know is that he's the demon that sent Brother Melround to get the moon of the abyss. Now that I have the moon, Voetiel's after me. I'm already tired of running from him, he's gonna catch me soon, I can feel it.
What part of the cultists playing in your plan?
Woljif glances around, making sure you are not overheard. Do you know why they call themselves the Pilgrims of the World Wound? Because they're itching to meet big-name demons like Baphomet. It's like they're on a pilgrimage. So that got me thinking, since they listen to me, we can lead them to Voetiel and mess with their heads a bit, say that Baphomet's been calling him nasty names, and let the cultists fight Voetiel for us. It'll be a riot. Cultists helping us take out a demon. Well, what do you think?
What good man are you talking about?
Me, of course. Woljif folds his arms. I'm a prisoner here, you know. And, I suppose, there's also the other fella, Devil. The one that's tied up. I kind of owe him one. I made a dumb mistake, and now he's paying for it. Now don't get me wrong, I couldn't care less about the guy. He got himself into this mess. Except, if it wasn't for me, they maybe wouldn't have caught him in the first place. These pilgrims kept asking me, will we have long to wait for the favors of Lord Baphomet? As though, just because I have my shadow, I should know. What am I, some kind of demon whisperer? I just put on a kind of knowing air and say to them, do as you have been doing, and the favors will come. They took that to mean that they needed to keep cutting people up on the altar. I tried to put them off the idea, but they didn't listen. I acted like I was discussing things with my shadow and I kept trying to hold them off, saying that the stars weren't in alignment, that raining eyeballs was a bad omen. I'd run out of ideas just before you showed up, Chief. I was already considering just letting them do it. He was a crusader after all, you know, demons would probably get him in the end either way. It's not my fault that's how they do things. It was either him or me. Woljif sighs and turns away. His tail is twitching from side to side in agitation. There is one way to get both of us out, but I can't manage it on my own. I need your help.
Alright, I'll help you deal with Votiel.
Woljif's face lights up and the tip of his tail dances through the air. I always knew you were a special sort, Chief. Let's go break his horns off. We need to go to a patch of scrubland by a bend in the river. It's not far, I'll show you. Nothing interesting about the place at all, but that's where I was when my shadow came out and started pushing me back the other way. It said that Voetiel would find me easily there, that he'd swoop in and tear me limb from limb as soon as I popped up. I wasn't long turning away from that place, I tell ya. There's just one other thing, we need to round up my lackeys and send them off on an errand. While they're gone, we can free the prisoner. No point leaving him here to be bored stiff, right?
I didn't get to talk to... Oh well. Listen up, brothers and sisters, the Shadow has spoken. It says that a demon will come to a secret place, a wasteland, where there is almost no trees left next to a bend in the river. We once passed by there, but we took a wrong turn and didn't find it. Glory days before we set off. I say we make the sacrifice. I say let's hold off on the sacrifice. Time's wasted and demons are busy. You know, let's leave your things and go. I must meditate before such an event, and when I'm all meditated out, I'll come and summon the demon for you. Alright. Commander, a moment of your time.
The young crusader cautiously gets to his feet, unable to believe that he is finally free. At last the day has come when those odious faces will no longer be looming over me. The cultists hid my weapons and armor somewhere. I'll find them and then take my leave of this place forever. They're over there with the rest of the stolen stuff. I made sure they didn't go walkies in the night. I hoped you'd make it out of this, somehow. Thanks to your efforts, Woljif. Go, time is of the essence. If there is a demon hunting you, better to lure him into a trap and strike first.
Whoops, I probably should have taken his weapons. What are you planning to do now?
Find my armor and weapons, find something to eat, and then leave this place as quickly as possible. The crusader looks ahead with grim determination. Perhaps I will die in the wound, but I will die with a sword in my hands, not like an animal at a slaughterhouse. And if I do make it out, I shall build a temple in Iomede's honor in my hometown.
Why are we sending him back to Dresden?
You're rich enough to build a temple if you fancy it. You were complaining that your parents don't give you enough money. I think we have slightly different conceptions of what counts as enough money. In any case, money is no longer a concern of mine. My life and my legacy belong to the goddess who sent you and the commander to my aid.
Alright then, farewell, good luck.
May Iomede keep you.
Alright, we'll bring him with us. Alright, I'll have to level him up as well. Save. What level is he up to? He's, where's my notes? For level 8, I'm going back to being a rogue again. Wait. Yeah. So dexterities. And one trickery. World. Perception. And mobility and stealth. Level 2 spells, eh? You got into. And mirror image will adjust. Alright, for level 9 with him. I'm back to doing alchemy. Through 2-weapon fighting. We have and don't have. Angry, dark skin. Animal aspect. Nothing. Alchemist again. Feral wings. And your spells plus stats. Weapon fighting Mythic. Archmage.
Something wrong?
No, really been too wearing out.
tail is restless.
Beautiful!
Where is this place? Ah, here.
Let's have some fun!
Let's see what we can do.
Commander. Anivia greets you with a slight nod. I have some information for you. Though what I found out is mostly innocent, it might be a cause for concern.
Concern? What do you mean?
It's about the well-being of one of your companions.
Tell me.
Soldiers have been gathering in the graveyard to play cards. We usually turn a blind eye to such things. Though it's against regulations, we let them enjoy themselves as long as they don't cause too much trouble. And that's usually the case.
Okay, they're just playing cards.
But recently, my people have noticed Sozil among them, and the gambling seems to be having an unhealthy effect on him. As you know, I usually keep my nose out of other people's private affairs. With all these spies and cultists, I have too much on my plate as it is. But this time, it's about someone you trust with your life, so maybe you should do something about it. This isn't an official report, just a tip-off from a friend.
Alright, thanks for the information.
You're welcome. Commander, I don't know what exactly the conflict between you and Sorcerer is, but please resolve it. His ever-bright Crusaders are a large and experienced force, our strategy relies heavily on them. However, they have maintained a separate command structure. But lately Sorcerer has stepped back from his duties, leaving his people without clear leadership. The knights are confused, they don't know what to do. Maybe it's time Sorcerer placed his troops under your command. He is not a young man, his position must be challenging for him. Please talk to him.
What do you know about Sir Charles Trouble?
Just rumors, Commander. They say it's like his mind is somewhere else all the time. He is anxious, but won't say what happened. Sorcerer is respected. When people see him acting strangely, it breeds uncertainty in the ranks.
I'll talk to Sorcerer.
Thank you, Commander. This is a necessary step to maintain our fighting ability. Zashur stares at you coldly. So far, you've proven better at managing the crusade than Galfrey. However, since you are now my student, you'll require very specialized advice. From me. I have news for you, my student. As rumors of the death of a lord in Mendev began to spread, exiles from the far corners of Avistan started to trickle into Drazan. These exiles are the ones who kept practicing the art of death despite its prohibition. Most of them are criminal scum, but scum can sometimes be useful, no? What would you like to do with them? Will you give them your protection, or will you drive them away after impaling the heads of the unluckiest on spikes?
Have you decided to serve the Crusade as my advisor? With Zacharian?
You need a mentor, don't you? I intend to see your transformation into a like-through until the end. It is my only way to freedom, so you need to survive this war and come out on top.
What consequences will my decision have?
However vile they are, they may come in handy. More necromancers at our side means more obedient undead under our command. Besides, these exiles know how to survive. Their spells and rituals may surprise us yet. Alternatively, you can banish them and proclaim the dark arts to be the privileged domain of your chosen servants, the most talented and loyal of all. This act could inspire the rest to deepen their knowledge. After all, a single ambitious necromancer is more devastating on the battlefield than a dozen dabblers.
Wow. This one do. That's great. Oh. They're going to somehow line them up in a line. Just for 3 more power and 10 bonus energies might be worth it in the Siphon Time spell.
This is wise. I too chose my servants and students with care. We are done here, student. I leave you now, but expect my return in the future.
You've marched me to the bones today.
Commander, upon hearing word of your victory in the Battle of Drazen, many leaders in Avestan have considered taking a more active supporting role in the crusade. Fighting demons in the name of saving the world is a prestigious endeavor, especially when the war is going well. The one whose help is accepted first will increase their standing in the political arena, which is why the powers are now competing for the right to conclude an alliance with Mendev before their rivals do. Nerogian has already chosen which of them is to be favored, Istja. We've been building an alliance with that nation for a long time, and now the capital is expecting you to address the steward of Istja with an official offer to support you. Lastwall is Mendev's most trusted ally. If we are to ask someone for support, it should be them, the Shining Crusade. What say we invite the Sword Lords of Brevoy to this party? The righteous Mendevian knights just love those hot-headed provincials who'll draw their weapons and challenge you to a duel at the drop of a hat. And get this, they win such duels. Nerogian will be ecstatic to have allies like these. And I hope the demons will enjoy their company as well. Just as a note, we happen to have a neighbor who's got barely any presence in the crusade. I'm talking about Numeria. It's believed to be too wild and barbaric to have any dealings with. How about we show everyone how wild and barbaric tribes can fight, and invite them to play a bigger part in our war? Everyone who wanted to come cause they listened to their heart are here already. Time to call those who listen to their purse. We'll drop a line to the Varisian cities, tempt them with some nice spoils, and loads of savvy folks'll come running.
Why does Shinian decide whose help I should accept?
Because you are, with all due respect, one of Her Majesty's subjects. Lady Konami's voice grows sterner, but after a moment, subsides into a more confiding tone. And because it took great effort for Mendev's diplomatic corps to win Istia over and ensure you would receive their help. Are you confident that the allies you choose yourself will be as reliable?
We can't call everyone for help.
I wish we could, but we can't. The Chalaxians and their colonies can't stand the Andorrans, Molthune is at war with Namathas, Niddle and Lastwall are at daggers drawn, and all of them envy the wealth of Absalom, protest against the godlessness of Druma, and fear the revolutionary plague of gout. They can tolerate each other in small doses, but an official letter from the commander summoning one of the nations to assist the crusade will lead to, shall we say, an eruption of toxic volcanoes across half of the courts of Avistan. So I'm afraid you'll have to choose which of your allies is most desirable to you.
Let's see what the council has to say.
Lady Konami's voice turns silken and somewhat condescending. Commander, we both realize that Mendev's political interests lie beyond the competence of this council. The decision has already been made, in the capital. Nerosian has shown courtesy and concern for your authority by allowing you to implement the decision yourself.
I trust my own council more than the royal council.
Indeed, what could Her Majesty's most loyal servants possibly know about diplomacy? Let us listen to the council.
Social. What do you suggest? Why do you suggest we accept Lastwall's aid?
The Shining Crusade of Lastwall and Mendev have much in common. We protect Gularian from demons. They fight the undead and the legacy of Tarbafan, the Whispering Tyrant. Like us, last folk are used to eternal war, they are persistent, vigilant, and know how to oppose baleful magic. Their swords will aid us on the front lines, and the watchful eye of their inquisitors will do us much good on the home front, where the spies of the Ivory Labyrinth roam. Woljif grimaces in annoyance. Yeah, we clearly don't have enough of our own righteous boars, let's bring more from Lastwall. War dogs and snobs, the lot of them. They'll barge in here and demand that everyone toe the line.
Darren, what benefits do the swordlords offer us?
A whole slew of benefits. We'll see some fresh blood in this war. Poke the oh-so-formal Nerosian with a stick. Recruit excellent fighters, proud as peacocks, just begging for a chance to prove themselves. And besides, this alliance can be easily arranged. Daeron smiles wistfully. I used to take private fencing lessons from a certain sword lord of high standing. Fencing didn't work out, but her lesson was gorgeous. Daeron, isn't this going a little far? We can't make decisions of such importance just because you had an affair with a Brevin.
Lan, do you think Numeria will join us?
If we treat them as equals, they will. They may be barbarians by the standards of lands like Mendev, but nobody can call them cowards. And many of them are descendants of the Sarkarians who fled to their Khalid-kin in Numeria. We'll remind them about the time they were wronged by the demons, and whole clans of Avengers will answer the call. Lan, you are so passionate about finding new friends. Together, you will. Let's see. Sit by the bonfire. Play some dissonant musical instruments. Pick your teeth with knives. What else do savages do for fun? We dance around naked, obviously. Sorry, I can't bring you along, they'll make fun of me for having such a scrawny friend. There's a reason why Numeria hasn't been invited to join the crusade. Needless to say, I personally do not share this prejudice against them, but not all sovereigns of Avestan feel the same way. Some will find it beneath them to be involved in the same crusade as barbarians.
Well, just tell me more about the advantages of partnership with Varesta.
Varisha is a real frontier, the land of the free. Adventurers of all stripes go there to seek their fortune. The sailors there aren't scared of going after sea dragons and krakens, and the thugs. They are not scared of anyone or anything whatsoever. Those daredevils fear no demon, and that's exactly the kind of guts we need. Are we looking for allies or henchmen? Even I'm aware that Varisha is a realm of gangs and self-willed despotism. And I just crawled out from under a rock, you know.
Lady Komi, what sort of help can we expect from Isjin? Yeah.
Isja is a nation locked in a constant territorial struggle with goblin tribes. Countless battles have tempered their army, taught them not to fear losses, and granted experience in both the military craft and the cultivation of untamed lands. Their formidable combat sorcerers would be of great use to Drazen, would you not agree? There is, however, another reason to pursue an alliance with them. Isja is a protectorate of Chaliax, and with such a mighty patron at their back, they have no shortage of resources or troops. By establishing friendly relations with Isja, we can strengthen our ties with a powerful neighbor in the south. The value of such an alliance is indisputable. Lady Konomi, I do not doubt that only your innate modesty forbids you from mentioning the innumerable bribes received by Nerosian diplomats for facilitating this alliance. I imagine Chaliax was most generous. However, among the funds that make their way into our army's coffers, I could not spot a single coin of Chalaxian mintage, so why should we help you?
I've made my decision.
It is my hope that your decision won't disappoint the Royal Council.
Didn't I already do this?
Of course, Commander. It is my hope that your decision won't disappoint the Royal Council.
What's Wiltshire doing on this council? I doubt he knows anything about policies and democracy. Diplomacy.
I can see that this two-effling possesses a keen mind and the most important trait in politics, a complete lack of conscience. He would make a terrible leader, but he'll prove useful to you as an advisor. Yep, I traded my conscience for a cherry roll back when I was a kid. Hey, what do you mean, terrible?
What benefits you? I don't like any of these. Guess I've had sorcerers. I'll just go with these.
Your wisdom never fails you. Nerosian will be pleased to know you're not squandering allies whom they have taken such pains to attract. The battle sorcerers of Istria, hardened in the clashes with goblins, will serve you well.
They're just goblins, though.
I won't detain you any longer, Commander. When matters of foreign or domestic politics once again require your attention, I will convene the Diplomatic Council.
Are you fighting things much stronger than goblins? Anyway.
Regil's pale. Tirabetha's eyes are vacant, her thoughts are clearly somewhere far away. Seeing you, though, she snaps to attention. Hail, Commander.
I found out how the demon snuck up on us. It won't happen again.
Tirabeth nods grimly. We no longer need fear surprise attack. But news of what the demons did to their prisoners has spread through the ranks. Their fate is truly horrible. You did the wise thing in sending them to the mongrels. I hope they'll be able to find at least some semblance of normal life. Tirabeth says goodbye with a short bow. Look who it is. All right. You watch your... Tirabeth's eyes are... Tirabeth says goodbye with a short bow.
Yeah, none of those things that I generally do yet.
Should we rest now? Nah.
Alright, the Force, the Scriptor, stuff like Magic Missile, I think. So they'll make that stronger. Don't really use Dex, do you?
Here we go.
Bring Lich back out. Oh my boy. Don't really need those.
I can handle it.
The bearded
Yeah, there's another one. This should be... Big below one. What's he got? Yeah. How much does this sword weigh? Yes, I will talk to you.
Woljif gives you a friendly wave.
Or not?
Woljif shrugs. Woljif gives you a friendly wave. Woljif's face breaks into a happy grin. Look, Chief. The Thieflings have all the best things.
Your penetration. I'm gonna do that now.
Beautiful.
It's time to get some dinner. Yeah. Time to